Hello everyone, welcome to a new Flarum live stream. Maybe the sound is too loud. Let me check that. We'll put it back a little. I think it's working. It's been a while since my last stream, so I still have the same setup. I hope it still works. Maybe it's still a bit too loud. I just wanted to check on my phone if I have sound, because I'm not sure anyone is watching live. Oh, there is one person watching. I guess that's me then, since I'm watching on the phone. What's the volume? Okay, I think we will go with this. Okay, perfect. I can pause it here, stop that. Okay. So thanks for watching live, if anyone is live. Otherwise, of course, you can always watch the replay. Yeah, so did it freeze already? What's happening here? No, it's still working. Okay. So let me switch the screen. So this is not a joke. We are really doing an extension today. However, the extension itself is a bit of a joke. So I was thinking, what can I do for today's April Fools? And sadly, I didn't have much time this week to prepare it in advance. So that's what we are going to do today. It's an April Fool's extension that we will publish on the forum later today. So I was thinking, what could I do? Because I already did a lot of things. Each year I publish a new extension or an update to an extension. And kind of my philosophy here is to make something funny, but also something useful. So either it has to be very quick to do, or it has to take a lot of time to do, and it also must be useful in addition to being funny. So I have an idea for a bit of both this year. So I don't know if you remember what I did for the first ever April Fools. It was, I don't remember if it was my very first extension or it was one of my very first extensions. It's the extension called Comic Sans. And what does it do? So it adds a BB code that's just called comic. And when you add text in between, well, you get this effect on the text. So yeah, that's the extension, and it basically never really got any updates. So I was thinking today we can publish a big update for the Comic Sans extension to add some new features. And I have two features in mind, with one being a bit of one being the joke actually. It's this. So the useful feature that's also a joke will be a table of content extension. So I have been working on this. I have started the work on the extension, and my idea is to first package it inside of the Comic Sans extension, and then tomorrow I can publish the extension as a standalone extension. So this is the idea. Yeah. Oh, it opens. Yeah, it opens a menu each time I go on my other screen. Yeah. Never mind. So no one is watching live. Perfect. Let's just go ahead and work on this. So I have started work on the talk extension here. I'm going to show you what I did. I'm not sure if I want to start with this first, or I think I will do the other feature first. So I had two features in mind for the big update of Comic Sans. So one is a table of content and the other is a table. And we don't need to go very far to do a table because how is it called again? Text formatter. Is there a link here? Or yeah, it's the documentation. So text formatter, the library that Flarum is using to format posts, actually supports tables. I think it even supports two syntaxes. It supports pipe tables, which is a markdown style syntax for tables, But this one is a bit complicated for what I want to do. But there is another table, it's the one from BB code. So if we go to BB code module, repository, and you can see here we have table, and then you build a table just like in HTML, except you use BB code. And this BB code is not enabled by default on Flarum. So if I make a post here, so it will look something like this, I think. Yeah, you really need to do everything like in HTML. So I think it's something like this. Column 1, th. Yeah, it's a lot of effort, but I will show you what I want to customize here. So let me just build a simple table with BB code syntax. So I think it's something like this, and then I can make another in tbody, td, like this. So if I do it like this, I think this is the syntax, but it will not work because it's not enabled by default. So now, here is the ID. We are going to open the BB code, the Comic Sans extension. So I just cloned it from GitHub, and we are going to add some features in this extension. So if we take a look, what do we have in this extension? It was extremely simple. So we have a license file, like I can update the date to today. We have a simple extend.php, and here we just register a BB code and a less file. And that's it. Then we have the less file here, which defines the rainbow animation. And that's pretty much it. That's everything we have in this extension. So let's add to that extension. So let me just open a new window, go here, yep. So Comic Sans, we can install the dependencies to get the autocomplete and highlighting here. Don't even know if we have Flarum 1.2. Oh, we have no JavaScript. Oh yeah, are we going to have some JavaScript? I don't even know if we need JavaScript. Yeah, this extension has no JavaScript, and actually I don't think we really need it. We need JavaScript for the table of content ID, but the table of content is its own extension. I'm just not sure how I want to package it, because ideally I don't want to reveal the fact that there is a table of content extension as well, because I want to publish it the next day. But I think it will be too much work if I try to completely hide the extension. So yeah, and people who watch this stream, of course, will know that I'm working on the two extensions. So yep. So did it install? Do we have the autocomplete? Okay, so PHP Storm is indexing the files. I just want to get the auto-completion. But here we can see, so we were adding a custom BB code last time, but there are some methods here described in the documentation, how to add BB code from the repository. So here the table stuff, it's all in the repository. So we can copy this. I was hoping to get the highlights here, but it's still indexing, so let's wait for the indexing to finish maybe. I see we have one person watching live. Welcome. You can leave comments, of course, and I will check it out. But yeah, right now I'm waiting for PHP Storm to finish its stuff. Don't know why it's taking so long. I did upgrade my system since last time because I only had 8 gigabytes. Now I have 16. But that's not good. What's eating all of the CPU? OBS, Java. Yeah, I guess. Why is it so slow? Yeah, it's progressing, but it's so slow. I don't remember this being that slow. Yeah, casually using 2.3 gigabytes for PHP Storm. Yeah, that's just Java life. Great. So, I will already paste the code. So, what? YouTube is struggling? Yeah, I guess because OBS is probably running out of resources. Why is it eating so many resources? I don't remember it ever being that slow. Go, go, go. You can do it. Go PHP Storm. Not sure what's going on there. Oh, maybe I should close some tabs. Yeah, but doesn't seem to be what's eating all of the resources, but yeah, let me close a few tabs on my other screen because I really don't need them. There. Okay, we should get back some resources, and I think it has finished indexing. Perfect. Okay, so we can take the config object here in the formatter extender, bbcode, and add from repository. So now we will add all of the table related blocks. So we have table, we have t-head, we have t-body, we have tr, we have th, and we have td. And I think that's it. Problem is here they are not in order, I think. So we have table, t-body, td, th, t-head, tr, and I think that's it. Okay, so here this should be enough to enable tables. So now we can go to my Flarum folder. We can clear the cache because that's one of the few things that doesn't refresh automatically in development. Here we modified the post parser, so we need to clear the cache so that next time I refresh the page here, it will load the parser again. But that's not enough to update the table. We need to edit the post to take into account the new stuff. So yeah, we can see already the preview is working, but if I just click save here, it doesn't work because if the text doesn't change, it doesn't actually ask Flarum to generate a new post. So we just need to change something. So if I just say edited and save, great, now we have a table. Perfect. Yep. Oh, what did I do now? I think I broke something. Yeah, anyway, here we have table. Great. So my idea with the table was to make something funny because, yeah, that's where is the fun? Where is the fun in having just a basic table? So we could add some borders, we could add some stuff. Let's just check if there is any class name. I don't think there is a class name added by default. Yeah, it just creates a basic table. So we could style a table inside of post body, but this is the Comic Sans extension. So of course we want to do something a bit more interesting. So I had an idea. So of course we will make everything in Comic Sans because anything in this extension needs to be in Comic Sans. But I also want to make the columns not aligned properly, like if you were indenting with spaces. So let's try to do something with CSS. Actually, first step, I don't want this to conflict with any other extension that actually uses the table for its real purpose. So what we are going to do is not use table, but instead we will create a custom BB code that's called comic table. and we want the same template as the real table. So let's just check what the template is here. So if I go to table, you can see basically what is shown on that page in the text formatter docs is a template. So this is actually the syntax for the BB code. So I can just copy this. So I will use anything, and no, it's not here, it's here. So I will use my custom name, but the same thing inside. And then the output will be table anything, so like this. But again, I will add the class name so I can detect it. So this is the HTML output, and this one will be Comic Sans table, like this. And I don't think we need to do anything else. So if I just go back to the forum, clear the cache, refresh the page. So now it broke because the title is no longer recognized. But now we have comic table. So if I write comic table, now it works again. And if I check here the source code HTML, you can see this time I have my my custom class name. Oh, YouTube is continuing to complain. I don't know. Am I really running out of resources? No? OBS says it's fine. Please let me know if there is any problem. I will just check again on YouTube mobile to see if it stutters, but no, it seems to work fine. I don't know why YouTube complains. Anyway, let's just continue. So now we have the custom table, and if another extension adds the table, it will work normally without interference. And it's fine to reuse the internal tr, td, tbody, etc. class names, BB code names, I mean, because yeah, they won't conflict with anything else. So this should be fine. Now let's add some styling to this new BB code. So let's create a new entry here for Comic Sans table. Actually, what we can do is just reuse this for the font family, and then I think I will not apply. Oh, actually, okay, so this is now in Comic Sans. Can we use the two BB codes together? I'm not sure I can wrap comic around the table. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. So if you want the rainbow effect, you will have to use it every time here inside. I guess I will keep it like that, because otherwise I think it loses some of the fun. If everything is rainbow, then you will really get tired of it. So for now, let's just apply the Comic Sans, but not apply the color automatically. Yeah. Then we will not use borders, because then it will be too logical. So my idea was just to mess with the alignment. So what if we do something like this? So how do I format it? So td, can we do a larger than? I want the style to apply to every column, but not the first. I'm not even sure if we can do it. What I can do is just to do so td, then we will do something like this. So ends child. For now, let's just try something completely CSS. Then I want to maybe mess with some additional code. So here's the ID. So we do ends child. How do we do this again? Because we can do odd and even. And what was the other syntax? Was it just 2n? I don't even remember the syntax. I will look it up later. So for now, let's just do odd. And here I want to do something like this. So padding left. So is there some padding by default? Because I see it's not aligned with the other stuff. Where does the padding come from? No, is it just the font that's like that? Or is there an actual padding? Padding. Oh, there is a padding by default. Okay, so browser do have some paddings. So what if I do padding 0? How can I do that? So maybe 3 pixels top, 5 pixels right, 3 pixel bottoms, and 0 left. So that on the first column there will be 0, and then on every odd column, oh no, that's not exactly like how I want to do it. Not every odd child. I want to do it on every odd row. So tr odd, and then I can do this, and here I can do ends child. For now, let's do it on the second column, and padding left will become 5 pixels, just like on the right. So let's just see if it works or not. Okay, I think some stuff is happening. So let's check. Okay, so we can see here the padding. There is still something that has padding because it's not aligned. I think I will not go for exact alignment. Maybe it's also something to do with Comic Sans. Not sure. It doesn't seem to be perfectly aligned. But okay, so if we look here, so why does this one apply? Ends child. So every odd, or does it start with 0? No, it must start with 1, I think here. So on the second column, every odd child, every second child has a padding left of 5. How does that work? It's not working. Why does it apply to this? So odd. So I guess I want even. Yeah, I think I meant even. Okay, never mind. So okay, let's just add a third row so we can see better the effect, or maybe even more. So let's just add 3, 4, 5. Okay, like this. Okay. So this is kind of my idea. I really want to mess with the styling, something like that, so that it looks like it was made with spaces when it's not actually made with spaces at all. But yeah, but this is a bit too regular, so we need more things. So we could add more rules, but I actually want to generate it randomly. So I'm not really sure how I want to do it. I prefer to do it server-side because then we could do completely without JavaScript in this extension. Yeah, so let's just go to my other extension because I know I can copy-paste something that I lost a lot of time on. So here we have some way to extend an existing tag. So I actually want to use the same feature. So how do I use how does it work again? Tags. Yeah, we can do it a bit quicker. So I want to customize the TD to have a random offset or pseudo-random offset. So here's how I'm going to do it. So I'm going to customize the template to have a new data attribute or a CSS variable. So let's do something like this. So we can do config tags. Then we can access a specific tag. So we actually want to modify TD. Then we can access the template and we can use this function here as DOM to modify the template. So this is a bit complex. If you go to the documentation here, there is a page on text formatter. Here, modify a template. And basically I went through this and it explains how you can modify the HTML/XML template of a BB code or any other tag that's registered in text formatter. So basically, I will just show you what I did here. So, so this is the TD template. So I get an editor for the TD template. Basically, it gets this kind of thing, this XML data for this tag. It loads it inside of an editor, and then I can tell it what I want to do. So yeah, we need this. So we can get a tag inside of here. So what does that string look like? So I could put a var dump, but we can also see it here. So here, if I look for TD, this is the template for TD. So you can see it's not just a basic HTML, there is some additional logic. So you can see it supports a col span attribute, it supports a row span attribute, and there is also an align attribute. And then this part just applies the content of here's the text. So what we want to do is add a new thing here, which will be some CSS. Actually, it might conflict. Yeah, there is no helper to merge CSS. So we will just do something like this. So basically, we want to add another thing like aligned, where oh no, actually, it does exactly that. We have the perfect example here. You can see that if you apply the align attribute, it uses a special syntax here to add styling. I'm not sure if it can merge styling though. But let's just copy this for now and we will see. So here we need to get, so in the template, we need to find where we want to add something. So we want the TD. So let's find the TD. And then here we will add something. So what we want to add is this string. And to add it, we can use this this code. So let's merge all of these together. So take the TD inside of the template and insert some additional XML, and the XML will be this. Except we want to rename the things because we will not call our code align. We will call it offset. And here we will add a new CSS variable called comic offset. And the value will be, how do we do it? I think we need to use the at. I think it's something like that. At I'm not sure if I can use a dash here, so I will just call it offset here, and we will add some pixels. Okay. So now it means that if there is an offset parameter on the BB code, just like you have col span or row span, we will copy it to the output. Except offset is not part of the parameters, and we are not going to add it because we want to generate it randomly. So how can we generate randomly? We can use another extender here. We will use render on the formatter extender. And render, what does it take as parameter? So it takes a callable, and this callable takes a renderer, context, XML. So let's just add the parameters name. So we have renderer, we have context, and we have XML. And XML is the one that we are most interested in. So then we can use a method on the text formatter library called replace attributes. And we will modify XML. We will modify the TD tags. So here we are talking about not HTML tags, but BB code tags. So here I put the name of the BB code tag. So it happens to be the same as the HTML, but it doesn't have to be. In this case, it's the same. So we will modify the TD, and we can put a callback. We will receive the existing attributes. So for example, if there is call span, we will have access to it here. And then we will return the new attributes. So we can return the attributes. And basically, we will return the same attributes, but we will add a new attribute called offset. And this is never saved to the database. It's just put here randomly. So now what I can put here is use mat random. So I don't remember which features we have for random. But I think this one, okay, we can say that Flarum is PHP 7.3. Okay, so okay, it's even cryptocally secure. So we don't really care about the security of the random number. It's just some fun stuff. So we want a number between 0 and let's say 20. Yeah. Can we go negative here? Oh yeah, it can be negative. Okay. So for now, let's just put a positive number between 0 and 20 and see what happens. So the idea is that when the post is retrieved from the database, the XML is loaded, then Flarum will call the render method, the render callback here. It will take the XML. I think we need to return the new XML like this. So we will take the XML. For each TD tag, we will add an offset attribute, which is a random value between 0 and 20. And here we modified the template so that the offset attribute will be rendered as a CSS variable on the TD block. So let's see if it works. I think we need to clear the cache again since we modify the template. Undefined method, insert adjacent XML. Okay, so that's not good. Let's check what happened here. So, oh, we are missing something. We also need to save the template at the end. So that's not the problem, but yeah. So if we get this far, it means this should, I think this returns something. Let's just dump that to see what happens here. So refresh the page. So DOM list length 1. Okay. Get elements by, oh, it's plural. So maybe it can work like this with singular. Clear cache again, refresh. Okay, so it doesn't work. So we need to use plural. So let's use a loop. As node, and then we can do node insert adjacent. Let's try it like this. Even though we know there is a single one, I mean, we can do it like this. We need to always clear the cache. Expect what? TD template. Save. What was the error? DOM document save expects at least one argument. What's the trace? What? Why does it work in my other extension then? What's going on? Something's not quite right, so why does it work here and not? Oh, let's say save changes. Okay. Okay. New try. Okay, so there is no longer any error. Let's look at the generated code. And it almost works. So you can see that it inserts this, and this is conditional. So if it inserts this, it means that the offset is really set. There is just a problem with reading the offset value. We have the template that was outputted like that. So let's see, is it just at offset? Problem is, how do you concatenate it? Or is it something like this? Nope, that didn't work. So let's see if we have any example here. So I will just try with a space to see if it works. Problem is it will not be valid. Or maybe we can keep it like that and add the unit in the CSS. Maybe that will be the easiest solution. No, that doesn't work either. So let's add back this. No, nothing works. So how does it work? Template, Is there any example here? Or can I use that? I don't think I can use that inside. How do we do that? I'm pretty sure I had to do something like that in the past. Let me just take a look on my GitHub if I find anything useful. What was it called again? Okay, so just give me a second. I will check if I find how it works. What? Okay, so that's exactly how I did it here. So this is a syntax that I used in the past. So it should be working. Yeah, I even used CSS variable in this other extension, but I don't need to show it to you. Why? Why is this not working? Let's just try again, refresh. No, we still see the offset tag written raw, but why? Is there some kind of name conflict? Oh, actually, no, we are inside of the XML, so actually I can use that. What happened? Offset should be able to use this as well. So let's just check if byproc syntax. It's really a bit of dark magic, those templates. It's really powerful, but it's also just incredibly complex to master. Yes, we have the value. We have the value. Actually, it's better to keep just an integer like this. Just to reduce the bundles, the size of everything. It will be even much shorter to just call it offset, the CSS variable. This way, we don't increase the size of the HTML too much. Then we can offset all of the remaining code to the CSS, which will be reused. So now here, let's change the code. So instead of putting 5 pixels on every odd row and second column, now we are going to do just every, so we can just do it here. So we can use var, we can use calc, var, offset. Let's just call the offset, let's put a default offset of 0. Then we read the offset, we multiply by 1 pixel so that we convert to pixels. And if we are the first child, then the padding left will be forced to be 0 all the time, so that the first column isn't impacted by this logic. Even though we generate a random number for the first column as well, it's just easier because in the backend, here we don't really have access to know which column, which row or column we are in. So it's easier to just go randomly. Let's just refresh this. Great. Operation on an invalid type. Oh, I think this is because Flarum uses a less parser, and in less calc is also an instruction. So what we have to do often is to put this as a row string so that the less parser ignores this, and then it can be evaluated as a native CSS expression. So let's just refresh like this. Okay, so nothing happening here. Let's just check the code. So offset seems like we don't have access to. Oh, it's still called comic offset because I didn't clear the cache. So let's clear the cache, refresh. Okay, and now it's working. Perfect. Something I would like to do, but I'm not sure how easy it will be to do. I'd like to have some kind of ripple effect, not just completely random, but just random wave, because that's how it looks like when someone does this kind of thing in a document. Yeah, I didn't really make a preview, but I guess you had some idea. Basically, this should look a bit like this. Like if you took that, put it. Oh, it's copying the table. So if you put that in yeah, maybe I should generate some random text, because here of course it's aligned. But basically the idea is to make something like, so if you had someone use Office or just anything here, so to make something like this, use Comic Sans because they don't know better. And then just make it bigger here so you can see. And basically when they want to make a column, they make something like this. And I guess everyone has seen this at some point. So basically this is what we want to replicate, but with an actual table. But basically it doesn't go all, like you don't find something like this. However, you might find something like this. So problem is, if I just do a calculation based on the last one, if we have a third column, problem is they will be parsed line by line instead of column by column when I loop through them here. So I'm not actually sure how I can do that, because as I said before, we don't know which row or column we are in. That's a bit of a problem. Yeah. Can we use a CSS counter? It will just be too complicated to implement. I'm not even sure. Can we increase a CSS counter by a CSS variable? That will be incredibly powerful, but I'm not sure that's really possible. Yeah, I guess we will keep something like this. Let's just keep it discrete. Maybe let's put 0 to 12 pixels and just check again how it looks. So here we don't need to clear the cache because this part runs at runtime. Yeah, it's a bit annoying. Problem is, I don't know if it's a good idea. Maybe I can still implement it based on the last one, because it will still give a nice effect even if you have multiple columns. We will try that later. So let's use a variable. So let's call it offset. Let's start with 0 offset. Then copy this variable by reference inside of the callback here. And then what we will do is do offset equals, and here we will do a bit of calculation. Here we will take the current offset, we will add this random value, except now it will be minus, let's do between -3 and 3, and just constrain this to be within the same values as before. So take the minimum of this result and 12, and take the maximum of this and 0. Oh, and it's raining again. Yeah. And then we can use this value here. And yeah, we are every time we are modifying based on the last one. So let's see what it gives to us. So it should have, it doesn't seem to do much. Offset. Is it really overriding the existing offset when I do it like this? I think it should be. Oh, okay, now it's working. I guess, yeah, one idea I had was here. So if here we can use maximum or maybe minimum. How can we do this? Because I don't want to do, I don't want to go negative if we are already at 0, because then we waste some randomness here. So here we will take the maximum, or what is it, minimum, because can I use some constants? So let's have max offset and min offset, like this. So then here we can have min offset, here we can have max offset, and then we can have const random offset change, and this will be 3 maximum. Max random offset change. Okay, so now I can rewrite my code to use those variables. Okay, and now here what I want to do is to constrain this. So if I take the current, if I take max offset and subtract the current offset, it will give me how much I can still use. So if we are already at 12 and we're going to go to 12, it gives 0. If we are at 11 and can go to 12, it will give us 1. I think that's it. And then we just take the minimum value. No. The max? No, minimum. We take the smallest. No, that's not going to work. How does... I'm just mixing my mathematics. So we don't want to go greater than 3 here. So 1, 2... No, it's max then. But if the number goes greater... No. What? No, it's min, I think. Take the minimum between 3 here, which is hard-coded, and what is left here. And then we have something similar to do here. So if we take min offset So here we can do the opposite, I guess. We can do offset minus min offset. So of course it will be 0. So so if we are currently at 0, minus 0, it gives 0, but we actually want to get, no, that's expected. So we don't want to go below 0. If we are at 1, we can go minus 1. Okay, I think this works as well. So we can do min of this. Here we take the positive value, and then we just put everything in negative. I think that's the correct calculation. Let's just do some checks. Yeah, there is not much happening here. I think it's working. It's just not, I think it's not drastic enough. We need to increase, let's go 5 and 15 here. So we can better notice the change. Okay, I think we are closer to what I want to achieve. So you can see we have some kind of ripple effect. Now let's just create another table. And this time we put 4 columns. Yeah, let's put 4 columns. So do it like this. So yeah, let's just not care about the content. Yeah, this looks really great. So yeah, I think this will do perfectly. So every time you refresh, it's different, which I think it also adds to the effect. Yeah, I think it looks nice. There is not a lot of margin between columns by default. So I was thinking maybe at least here we can put 6 pixels. Maybe even 8. Let's just put 8 by default. Okay, I think it's not too bad. I mean, it's really bad, but it's looking good as a bad extension. Yeah, I think that will do it for this feature. So how long have I been streaming? Already 1 hour. Okay. So this was one of the features, and now we will switch to the table of content stuff, I think. Just still not sure how I want to do it exactly. Yeah. But I think that's good enough. I don't think anyone is watching live, so, but yeah, let me know what you think. I think it looks horrible and it's perfect. PHP Storm giving me the preview of the colors, but like, it's just so horrible. Yeah, so I called the auto formatting and it changed a few things here, but yeah, that's fine. I really like the rainbow effect. It's so hard to read, but it's part of the charm. Yeah. Let's just double check this and I will push this code. So yeah. Okay, and here we apply random offset generated during rendering callback. Okay. Here actually, I think we need to change this because it should be cursive, not yeah, let's go with this. something crazy we could also do is potentially to have another table which has borders, but the borders are rainbow. But I think we'll keep the rainbow for the main code, and then yeah, it's good enough. Just to check what the title looks like without the comic BB code here. 3, 4. Okay, not too bad. Maybe I should align the titles. I'm not sure. Is it center aligned? Let's just add some other text. Oh yeah, the columns are centered. So I will change that because I don't think it fits the spirit here. So text align left. Okay, and the titles are not offset, but I don't think it changes much to offset them or not. When just that the column below might start somewhere else, but yeah, I think that's good enough. Something we can do maybe is to apply the uppercase. Let's force uppercase for the head row. I think it makes a bit more sense like this. And maybe I could have a line below the header. Maybe this is why it's not aligned exactly with the text. Oh yeah, that was it. Okay, so now it's aligned with the text. Nice. Maybe I could add a line under the th. So maybe here I can try to have the animation. Can I animate a border? Or but I want the whole table to be animated together. If I make a separate element for each th, yeah, I'm not sure if it will work well. Let's just do for now just a border. Let's just do solid black. Just so it looks a bit like a table. Actually, I think it fits the spirit to have a big black border, because that's also the kind of stuff you might find. Yeah, something I was hesitating to do is, should I make an effect like if it was typed with dashes? Because if you try to make a table, you might do something like this. Or would you, because if you use underscores, depending on the font, yeah, in Comic Sans you don't even see that it's an underscore. Should I use dashes? I can actually use dash directly in the border. Is it better? It doesn't start exactly at the beginning, so it doesn't exactly look like a dash. I don't think it looks that. I think the big black border is quite nice. Should I make it even bolder? I think it fits. I think it fits quite well like this. Yeah. Okay, I think we will go with just that. It's good enough. Looks great. Yeah, and yeah, it's just an HTML table. So from an accessibility standpoint, there are zero problems with this implementation. The only problems are graphical. We are intentionally making this hard to look at, but but the markup behind the scenes is the right one. And by the way, you can still use colspan. We didn't try, but here, if I wanted to change the one that says it's long and add colspan 2, it should still work. Yeah, oh yeah, but we don't have another. Let's just move this. Yeah, so you can see it's all the benefits of the space alignment, but like no, how to say, all the style of space alignment, but with the benefits of being an actual table. So now you can actually do colspan, and you can let the software do the mess up the alignment for you instead of having to type additional spaces. So yeah, I think that's good enough. Let's push this, and yeah, again, there is no what did I want to say here? JavaScript, no JavaScript at all. So very, very nice compact extension. It adds a bit of processing power. I mean, if you wanted to do something like this in a real useful extension, this code, maybe it would be best to pre-compute this and save it inside of the database so that when someone reads the post, you don't need to execute some additional code. But here, yeah, we just want it to be random every time, so it just runs on every request. It's not too bad because it's just some calculations. It doesn't pull that data from a database or an API, but yeah, if you were doing some heavy manipulation, that's not really the best place to do it because you will hit performance every time someone looks at the post. So yeah. Okay, let's push this. Yep, okay, so let's call this add table formatting. Okay, commit. Next, just as an intermediate step, just wanted to check what happens to emojis because that's something I wasn't really sure how it works. I never tried. So we are just going to try now. So what happens if I put some emoji here? Does it work? Oh, I need to refresh. Okay, so, oh, the emoji is not impacted. Interesting. So, how does it work? Oh, because it's an image. Because it's an image. Aha, so, because I was wondering what could we do to emojis, because once you are inside of a comic block, because I was expecting the emoji to become animated like this, but I think if we actually disable the emoji extension and just have the native emoji in the post, then it's animated because it's no longer an image, it's text, and all the text is clipped to the animation. Okay, so yeah, I'm not sure I want to change anything because, I mean, if you use it like this, then yeah, you get the animation, and if you have the emoji extension, I guess it still makes sense to see the emojis. I didn't really know what to do with this because there could be an animation on the image. We could apply some sort of filter on top of the image. Not sure if that's a good idea though. Yeah, let's just leave it like that. Okay, let me show you the other feature now. So, table of content. So there is a table of content extension. Oh, and now table of, is it this discussion? Yeah, so there is this extension by Tohas Karat. How is that pronounced? So there is an extension for table of content, but I always wanted to make one because it was an interesting challenge. I had started a long time ago and I failed because the approach I took didn't work. But since then, of course, this developer here put up an extension which everyone can install, so it exists. But I took a quick look at the source code, and I have to say this is not the same approach that I'm taking now. So this extension, I didn't install it, the extension from Tahaska Karat. But their extension is fully client-side, so it doesn't work in the Node.js view. And yeah, there is a lot of stuff dependent on the client side to do the logic, but I actually want to do it server side so that when you generate HTML, it already contains the IDs and everything you need. Also, I'm not sure how it works regarding other posts. I think it's just for the first post. I'm really not sure. And they have the navigation on the side, but my idea was really to have a table of content BB code that you can add at the top. I don't think this extension has it. I didn't see it in the source code. So yeah, there are a lot of different features that I want to make, and yeah, it's not implemented here. It's not really the same. It achieves kind of the same goal in the end, but it's not rendered the way I want to do it. So I'm going to show you what I have so far because I already did some stuff. So here I have a post with some titles, and you can see I added this stuff here, so you can click to get a permalink. So currently it doesn't work if you click the link, but you can see at the bottom of my screen you have the link, because if you click it just goes back to the top of the post, because we need to change some logic in Flarum to handle that. But basically every title has this stuff here. Automatically it's a link and it generates a unique slug. There is also something, I'm not sure how it works in this extension. It's what if there are multiple titles with the same text? I didn't really see how the logic works. I didn't spend too much time on it, but I'm not sure what happens if you have multiple titles with the same text. My extension will create a different slug for each title, and it will add a number at the end if it already exists. And then there is something else. I want this to work with other posts as well as an optional feature. So there is actually a need to have a unique slug per post. So you can see here it's prefixed. Don't see if you see it, but at the bottom here you can see it says UGC-second title italics. And if I go here, you can see it says UGC2-reply with the title. So the slug contains a prefix that I want to make customizable, but it needs a prefix to be certain you don't conflict with Flarum features, because if, for example, you created a title called Flarum logo or Flarum home, and then it generated an ID called Flarum-home, then you will break the site because there is a div that contains that ID on the site. So you need a prefix that Flarum and no extensions are using. So that's kind of the ID. Okay, and what else I did, it is this. So I added a link here, but it opens basically the same thing. Here you can open this, and you have a list of all the titles that appear here. And then I also want to have a table of content BB code that you can add optionally to your post. So yeah, that's the extension. Let me show you how it works. Just not losing too much time on that, but just so you see. So I have this other extension called Flarum xdoc for table of content. In the extend.php, we have some JavaScript, less. We extend the post serializer, I will show you later what data is added to the serializer. We react to the post saving and we modify the formatter, similarly to what we just did with Comic Sans. So let's just take a look. So when we configure the formatter here, I'm actually modifying, so that's what we did with Comic Sans as well. I'm finding every tag here. I have a loop that takes everything from this constant. So this constant says that all the titles from H1 to H6. So we loop through each of those tags in text formatter. We check if it exists, because it might not exist depending on which extensions are enabled, or if you've force removed the tag. So then it retrieves a template and it modifies the template. So it adds additional stuff. So one of the things it adds is if there is an ID, attribute on the title, then add the ID attribute to the HTML. So this is similar to what we just did before. And similarly, the ID will not be set by the user, but will be generated by a script. And then we do something else here. At the end of the template, inside of the title text, we add a new, so again, if there is an ID, we add a new A tag, and the tag will go to an anchor with the ID value. And it has a special class, and the content is an ampersand. But actually, I can just change that right now. I'm thinking it makes more sense to not have anything inside, because right now, if I copy the text and put it inside of something else, it copies the ampersands. That's not really what I want. So actually, I will just modify this right now. So I will remove the ampersand and the space from the template, and I will just add them using CSS. So if I go to forum.less, here there is not much. You can see here the style for the doc anchor. Do we say anchor? Anchor? Not sure. But here I will just add another little thing here. Add a before tag, and the content will be space. What did I say? Ampersand. No, it's just a hashtag, not an ampersand. So if I just refresh, okay, I need to clear the cache because I modified the formatter. Okay, I want the space to be before, so I will just add margin left, let's just say 10 pixels. This, okay, maybe a bit less, 6 pixels. I think that's good. Maybe while we are doing some CSS, so I will still show you how the other features works, but just while we do some CSS, let's just change the styling of this stuff. So let's do color and use text, or how is it called? Color, no, text disabled. I don't remember the name of the variable in Flarum. No, so is it color or is it muted? No. I think I will have to try all of them, but I will find it in the end. No, so is it text muted? Unfortunately, we don't get the auto-completion for the variables defined by Flarum. I don't really know. No, it's still not it, so I will have to find it again. So let's go to variables. So Flarum has a file called variables.less. which should be available here. Okay, and here there is a thing called mute. Okay, so it's muted color. Let's try to find the window again. Okay, here, muted color. Let's try that. Go back here. Okay, now it works. Okay, so now we have, oh, it's that color? I didn't remember. Okay, next I want to remove the decoration. So on hover, we will do text decoration known, and we will do color darken, and we will darken this color by 10%. So this is a less feature, not a CSS feature. I can automatically generate a color that's different, and now no, I don't think it worked. I might need to be more specific. No, we still have the styling for the link. So color. Okay, so this seems to work, but when we hover, we still have the underline, text decoration. Oh, it's a border. Oh yeah, I've always forgot that. Yeah, Flarum uses a border, not an underline. So border none. Okay, so now when you hover, it appears, and then I mean, when you hover the title, the anchor appears, but then when you hover the link in the anchor, then it changes color so that you know it's active. Maybe we could do it even more discreet, but I think that's good enough for now. Okay, so how does the other stuff work? So I showed you the formatter here. So this is how we add this part here at the end of the title, but where does the ID come from? So the ID value is generated somewhere. It's in another file. Just here, if I can actually add this. There is also another part here that just registers a custom BB code for the table of content, but right now it does nothing. It's just an empty div. That's what we will work on in a moment. Then, where does the ID come from? So we have this listener when the post is being saved, and that's where a lot of the logic happens. So this is a listener for the saving event on posts. And when you save a post, it checks, does that post support table of contents? So this check is below here. It checks if this is a comment post or if the content was modified, because otherwise it makes no sense to regenerate the table of content every time if the post content didn't change. So that's how it works. So if this post needs a table of content, then we create an array to hold the list of all links. Then there are multiple arrays here to make things easier. So there is one array that contains every slug generated by tag, because we will insert it back later in the post. And another array here just contains all the slugs that have been used to detect collisions. Then we extract the XML from the post. So at this point, the post has already been parsed, and it's stored in the database. So I can actually show you how it looks like. If you have never taken a look, it's interesting to go to the database. And if I just show you this. So if you go to your database and find the posts table, you will find a lot of stuff. So here you have the post that we worked on previously. So you can see this one looks quite simple actually. You can see we have some HTML tags, but we also have some other tags in here, because this is just some XML. Basically, the post is always wrapped in an R tag. I think the R stands for rich, because you have rich content and you have plain text content that are supported by the text formatter. So R is because there is anything rich inside. And then you have the tags that we used. And you can actually see we have some other tags that contain stuff that should be hidden but should come back when you edit the post. So here you can see the BB code, and it's wrapped in the name of the tag. But the name of the tag happens to also be the name of the HTML tag. So then it will just be copied like that. Yeah, anyway, you can take a look. You can see that basically this XML can be either transformed to the final HTML or it can be transformed back to the edit payload very easily. And that's how it works. And if you take a look, so here we don't see the offset stuff because it was done after it's read. But if we take a look at the post that has all the tags, all the titles here, so you can see we have an H1 title. You can see that since it was markdown, there is some content here that will be put back in the text if you edit it. But otherwise it's not visible. So this hashtag is the one for the markdown syntax. Here you can see there are two because it's a title level 2. It's not the same as the hashtag that I added at the end. This one is in the template, so it's not actually in the saved payload. It's only in the template that's applied when rendering to HTML. Yeah, and here you can see there is a slug. So this slug is something that we are adding just before the post is saved. So when it's saved, by default, it just looks like this. And then when the code that I'm showing you runs, it will edit this XML payload to add this kind of stuff. So that's what this code does here. So it gets the XML before we have the slugs. Then we actually need to do 2 runs because it's easier. So first we scan all the titles, extract the names, generate the slugs, and then in the second part we save the slugs. So here we use the Symfony DOM crawler, which is a library that lets us read XML in an easy fashion. So we just need to add some additional XML headers just to make things work, load the XML. Then we go through every tag inside of the crawler using an XPath syntax. It's a bit complicated, but basically it just does a for loop through every tag. Then for every tag, we access the content of the title. So basically, most of the time, this is just text. But you can see here we have some italics as well. So what we do is we go inside of the title here and we delete every node that is called S or E, which contains those hidden parts. And then we use the Symfony library to extract everything that's text inside of there. So it will collapse every italic, even if there is an image, everything will be collapsed back to a single text. Just like I think you can cast in the DOM in JavaScript, you can cast to text. So basically it just casts everything to text, we trim it, we get the title that way, the text only title of that tag. And then we create a slug. The slug is generated using the Laravel slug helpers. And just like in the Flarum URLs, we pass the forum local to enable some local specific slugging features. So at this time we have a title and a slug. We just need to generate a unique slug. So this logic here just takes a look. Is there a slug that's already called like this? If so, try to add some numbers at the end until we have something unique. And then we just save a copy of that slug to all of those arrays that I showed first. Yeah, and in the talk array, we save an object, and this will be useful in JSON later to display the table without having to read the XML. And this part here uses a text formatter method that we used. This is the same method we used for the Comic Sans table. And here we just replace the attributes of every XML tag, and we add the slug. Here we do it before saving, so it will actually end up in the saved payload and it will be available again when we read the post. And at the end, we just save this content, this new XML, we put it back to be saved in the database, and we also store the JSON version of the table of content in a new column. So the column is defined here. We have a migration that adds a new column. And then finally, we have a render callback, which was registered here. So at the end, we have a render callback. And here we don't generate really anything. We just make the final ID. So if it's not a post, we can skip. Then we obtain the prefix. So the prefix, there is a method here. So, but currently it's hard-coded to be UGC. So UGC stands for user-generated content. That's why I called it like that. You could also just call it post. I mean, there is a lot of possibilities, and that's why I want to make this a setting. And then we take which post are we currently creating permalinks for. And if it's the first post, we don't do anything. If it is a post greater than 1, we add a prefix with the number of the post. And then here we take this in the rendering step. We go through every title, we take the slug, and we add an ID attribute called that has the value prefix and slug. And that's it. And you can see the slug is never rendered because in the template here that we modified, there are no rules that render the slug to the final HTML. So the slug is never shown. What we have here is that we show the ID, and the ID is dynamically set from the slug value during the rendering stage. So that's how we create all of this, and then the ID will be applied here in the template as an ID attribute, and it will be applied to the HTML. So all of this applies to the Node.js view as well. So if I go to my post here and I go to the Node.js view, if we take a look here, you can see that this is my first post. You can see h1 tag, and we have the ID, and we have the anchor. Of course, we don't see the anchor now in. I mean, yes, we will see if we have some CSS. Yeah, so we should. Yes, I think it will still show up. Oh yeah, that's a good question. Does the hashtag here that I added in CSS, does it show up if we disable JavaScript? Because we don't disable CSS, we disable only JavaScript. So let's try to disable JavaScript. Where do we do that again? There is a feature somewhere here, but not here. Where is it? Settings. I think it's really well hidden because the developers don't like you disabling JavaScript. Okay, here, disable JavaScript. Let's see what happens. Yep, it actually still works, and here it will work because there is no JavaScript to hijack the default browser behavior. So actually you can see in the Node.js view, it works. We can even see that everything works in the Node.js view. Oh, you can see the emoji went back to the no image behavior because the emojis being transformed to images is a JavaScript feature. It's not actually server side. So here you can see that this is a native emoji, so it has the color applied to it. And unfortunately, I don't think there is no class, there is nothing, there is just an emoji. Yeah, it's just an emoji, so it will be difficult to target it if we wanted to exclude it. Yeah, but basically, so you can see the Node.js is already working. Perfect. Now we just need to handle the JavaScript side. So let's enable JavaScript again. Does it come back automatically? Yes. Let's go back to JavaScript and see what we can do to make everything work as expected. So, oh yeah, I didn't show everything. So then, yeah, the last useful thing, so we have this attribute called toc on the post table. So that attribute contains JSON, and when we render a post, we just pull that up, we decode the JSON. Here we apply the prefix as well, because it's only storing the slug. and then we return this to the front end, and in the front end we have some code here in JavaScript. This code extends the header items of the post, so this is this area. So here it adds a new link called talk, and just says talk. Maybe we should translate it at some point. And here there are some attributes that cause this button to actually click the meta button, because we already have a drop down here and we reuse the same drop down. So this bit of code, this is actually bootstrap JavaScript accessibility code. I'm not sure how it's called really, but this comes from the drop down feature that Flarum has, and it comes from the Bootstrap library version 3.x. We are very behind in Bootstrap, but the plan is to abandon the Bootstrap libraries completely at some point, I think. At least jQuery, and it will require changing that because this is still dependent on jQuery. But yeah, this code is not particularly special. And then here, this code modifies the actual dropdown here. And basically, this code looks for a place to add HTML because it's not easy to extend it. It has no extending hookup points. So we just look inside of the template for a good place to add the HTML. So this code looks for the place. And then here we add something to the children of the node that was chosen here. And what do we add? We add a new component called talk, and the component is here. So this is a component. It takes the talk attribute from the post that was given. If it's not an array, it exits, but I mean, this should probably not happen. And then here we retrieve, there is some logic. This is for something I still need to implement. And then we create a list of all the links, and this is what we have here. And the idea is then when you click, it should scroll to the place. Okay, so first thing, let's make the scroll function, because right now if you click this, it goes back to the top. And you see it even removes, for a second, you have the hashtag, and then it goes away. And why does it do that? It's because of the Flarum resolver, the page resolver. So there is something called the discussion resolver, I think. Discussion page resolver. So let's take a look at this. And I think this is the logic. So what is this madness? So resolvers are a feature inside of Mithril. In the Mithril router, when you change the URL of the page, in the router you have some resolvers. I just want to check that the sound is still working because I don't see any feedback. Yeah, it's still working. Just going to drink a bit. All right, let's continue. Yeah, we don't have many people watching, just one for a while. But yeah, it was a surprise stream, so I expect nobody was prepared for this stream. Yeah. So when the URL changes, it calls the Mithril router, and the router, the first thing it does is call all the resolvers. And the resolvers, what do? They take a look at the URL and they decide, do they want to handle the URL? And if so, what should happen next? Should you hang the process while something is going on? And finally, what component should be rendered as the page? So that's what the resolver does. And in the case of the discussion, it's used to handle scrolling, because when you click a link, if you put, for example, if you have a mention, so if I guess it's disabled, so let's just go back, mention. In the case of mentions, for example, so if I reply to the first post this, if I click this, it scrolls back to the top. And actually, this is because it's a URL to the post and then when the URL changes here, it will go to the right place. Actually, if I do it even like this, no, it refreshes the page. Okay, so, but if I do it, I can actually do it from here, I think, m.root.set, and if I go to another place here, you will see instead of refreshing the page, it will automatically scroll to the right place instead of refreshing the place. So that's what this thing does. So here it extracts yeah, so I'm not sure in which order the things work really, because there is a part that generates a unique key for the page. So when the key is the same, it will reuse the same page. And then there is a bit here that extracts the discussion ID from the URL, and it looks at the ID and the current ID. And here we have the logic, so on match. So yeah, so that's the first part. So it tries to match the URL. So here it looks, oh, are we going to a discussion page? Are we currently on a discussion page? And if so, is it the same ID? And if it is the same ID, then we don't want to change the page, so the key will be the same, and we add a new attribute here that says, hey, we want to scroll to that post. And then here in the render method, it's supposed to return a component. You can see it calls the super method. So Flarum has some default behavior to just return a component using specific attributes here. Here what it does is, if there was a post that was found to scroll, then we will call a method on the stream object that says, hey, go to that post number. And finally, we set it back to null so that it doesn't run again until the next time the URL changes. And why does the URL, there is one last step that's important, is why does, so this code here answers why does it scroll to the top, because when the URL changes, it looks at the URL, it sees the name of the post, and it calls scroll to post. So it completely bypasses the ensure part. But why does it disappear from the URL? That's another feature that's actually part of the scroll watcher. So where is that feature actually? When you scroll in a discussion, the URL automatically changes. And the same feature is actually called when you click a link. So it scrolls to a post and then it updates URL. Because like if you are here and you go to the end, if you go to post 4, oh no, it actually works here. Oh, I think there was a time where it didn't, like, it will put the name of the post that was at the top here. So it might actually not, even though you scrolled to the end, it might use the post number that's currently at the top of the screen as the URL. So basically that code updates the URL without the ensure. So yeah, we might need to neutralize that because otherwise it will not work properly. So let's just locate where that code is. And actually, I think we can go from the discussion page. So there is a component called discussion page. And here we have a feature. Where is it? I think we're something like this. So there is a post stream component here that takes a stream object, and when the position changes, it calls back this method. And this method, you can see here, that's the part. This part overrides the current URL of the page without causing a change in the history state by generating a link to the discussion and the current post. So basically, whatever the ensure was, yep, it's gone now. So let's start maybe by changing this part. So how can we do this? Unfortunately, I think we will have to override this completely because because there is no way to go around this replay state, because we don't want this to be called. We want to change the URL. Oh, maybe we can actually maybe reuse it, because the near attribute is put at the end. So we have discussion.near, and near is a parameter here. So if I put the hashtag as part of the near parameter, when's the post? I think we can actually do that. Let's try this. So let's override that part. So let's do a call for override. I think we need to import it. So let's import override. Let's import the discussion page. Then we can call override discussion page.prototype. Then we override this method. We take callback. We have access to the original. Okay. And what we can do is then call, so original, we get two parameters. So we get start number and end number. So let's add those here. We don't need to type hint them because it will be automatically detected. This, okay. And now we can call the original again with start number and end number. So right now we didn't change anything. We just redo the same as the original. Here we use return. I don't think we really need to use return because it doesn't return anything. I really want to avoid having to re-implement everything, because then it means we have to re-implement the post-read logic as well, which it's best if we don't override this part, because then we don't need to like if it changes in a future Flarum update, it will continue to work fine. Yep, so I'm not sure what the near attribute is used for. What is that used for? Is it? I'm not sure the near attribute is really used again after the initial page load. But we will still do. Yeah. I hope we don't break anything. Or maybe we can just call replay state again. Maybe let's just call replay state a second time. I don't think it will break. Don't think anything will break. Because we can call it two times. Replay state is not the same as push state, because push state adds a new entry, but replay state just changes the existing entry. So we can do it twice in a very quick succession. And this doesn't impact the scroll at all, because right now we are just fixing the fact that when you scroll, it changes the URL. Not that when you change the URL, it scrolls. That's another feature. That's the part in the resolver. So right now, we are just in the part that passively updates the URL. So let's do the same code. So actually, we can use extend if we don't need anything else. So then we need the same logic. Check if there is if the discussion okay, so if there is no discussion, return. I don't like using conditions without the brackets. So let's just do it like this. Here same as original, but we will add the hashtag back at the end. And this is the part actually we don't want to mess with stuff if we don't need to. That's how to say, like, it's a philosophy that I try to follow as much as possible, and I think it's a very good practice. Like here, this code right now, if I let this run, first this is not needed because it's already done by Flarum, so I can just do it like this. So here it does nothing else, but still this is not very good because it runs every single time. So if Flarum changes its code and my code is still here, then we have two codes trying to do two different things for the same feature, and it might break. And we want to avoid breaking Flarum as much as possible. Something else that might happen is, what if another extension, just like mine, tries to do something similar? The extensions will conflict with one another. So this code, we don't know what it might conflict with. It should only run when necessary. So of course it only runs when my extension is enabled, since it's part of the extension. But we also want to only run it when absolutely necessary. So when is it necessary? When there is a hashtag in the URL, because the goal is to preserve the hashtag. So let's add some logic that will retrieve the hashtag. So let's do that. So we can do that using the current. No, here we use window.history. So I can directly use window.location. I think I can directly read it from here. So I can read the hash here. So let's extract the hash. So if there is no hash, well, we don't need to do anything because we are not concerned. We can let the default behavior from Flarum or from any other extension do its thing. But we can go further because we only have to react to hashes that we know are from our extension. Since we have a prefix, we can find that. But there is even something else. What we could do here, oh yeah, first let's just keep the hash. So if there is a hash here, I can add it. I can add it to the end here. If I do it like this, let's just try if it works. So we generate a URL to the discussion, but we include the hash. So we continue to generate new URLs. This doesn't change, but we keep the same hash. So let's just try what happens. So if I go there, okay, it still goes away. I think the JavaScript is not being compiled. So let's just go to the extension, Flarum xstock, JavaScript, yarn dev. So now, no, it still goes away. So let's just add some logging just to see what happens here. So console.log position changed hash. Let's do it like this. By the way, this code runs after. When you extend a method, it runs obviously after the original method. So that's why we should be able to call it replace here. Oh, I think I know what the potential problem is. Oh yeah, it's fine to call replace multiple times, except by the time the code runs, the hash is already gone because the replace state was called without it. So actually we still need override. So let's use override, and now we can do something else. Original. So what we can do here, so if there is a hash, how can I do it? Because we need to call the original at some point. And what we have to do is call the original after we have retrieved the hash. This way we always have the hash available, even if it was removed from the URL for a split second. So if we do it like this, problem is here we have a return early, and now we are again breaking the extension, because if we return early and the logic here changes, now now it never runs. So actually here we can do we can directly run the original when we return early. So yeah, we don't even really need I mean, we don't really need the return value, but I still prefer to handle it, because I like it when extensions keep things official, because sometimes I have hacked stuff by returning values where it was not really expected from the beginning. So now here I have return value, and I can return the value early here, or I can return the value here. Like this. Okay, so now we should have a copy of the disk, the hash, and everything should still run perfectly fine. If there is no hash, it will default to the original code. So let's try. Okay, so we have just one little problem. We have multiple hashes appearing. So I think I might have made a mistake. I think the hash contains, yeah, the hash value contains the hash. So don't even need okay. So it stays there even as we scroll. Okay, it's a bit, it's annoying because you can see it flickers. Yeah, that's really annoying. We can't have that. So we will have to do something else. Guess we'll have to override it anyway. Let's think about this. So maybe first let's fix the other problems. So just want to see what the value is here when it doesn't exist. Is it null? No, it's an empty string. So because if you have just if you have other stuff, like if you have just a hash, oh, this one goes away. Huh. Okay. Yeah, let's just keep it like that. So one of the things here, apart from the flicker, if you go to a title, then we will scroll it to the correct place later. Don't worry about that. We want it to stay in the URL even if you scroll a bit so that you can easily access it back. I'm not going to implement automatic update to the ensure. This is an ID for a future update, maybe. Just like the ID of the post updates while you scroll, we will not update the exact thing. But if you scroll to another post, it makes no sense to keep it. Now that we are on post 2, why bother with keeping this? So actually we want to check not only if this is our slug here, but also does it belong to the post that's currently visible? Because then if not, we can just drop it, we can remove it. So let's add the logic for that. So we will find, I think we can reuse the stuff from the resolver. So if we want to find, oh no, where is the logic to find the post? So actually go to number, load near number. So do we have access to the stream? On the discussion page, we have a stream object. And when does it exist? Stream. Oh, it's created above this.stream. Can it be null? Now, where does it come from? No, it's here. New post stream created in show. Okay, so it doesn't always exist. But when it exists, the discussion exists. Okay, so now the logic. Let's go back here. So we don't need to worry about the discussion here. Let's worry about the stream. So if if there is no stream, return early. Next we can go to the stream.discussion here, that's fine. Now we want to find the post. So if there is a hash, then the next step is to find oh no, we can even do it before. So next step is to find the post. So let's do the same logic here. Let's go read the stream dot find. What did I do? I removed the post. Stream dot posts dot find const post. So let's find a post. The post we will read from all the posts that exist in the stream. So we know these are all posts for the current discussion. Check if the post is loaded, and then is the number the same as start number? Yeah, I think that's all we need. So this should find the post that's currently in the URL. So most likely it's loaded, but it might not be. We don't really know. So try to find the post. If the post doesn't exist, just return the original. Actually, it doesn't really make sense to do all this complicated stuff. We can actually just copy the hash first, execute the original, and then everywhere we can just return the return value, because that's not a lot of computation. Yeah, but we can do the hash check first then. Yeah, that's perfectly fine in the end. Yeah, there is no problem. We can do it like this. Okay, so copy the hash or execute original code. If there is no hash, return early. Retrieve the stream. If there is no stream, return early. Try to find the post that matches with the current indication. If not, return early. So if it returns early, it will remove the hash because we are not adding it back. So as we go down here, we eliminate all the situations where we don't want to see the tag anymore. So now we are reaching a step. So now the question is, does that anchor belongs to the post? And there is actually a way to do this because we have that toc attribute. So we can do post.attribute toc. Then if the toc is not an array, we can return early. And then we can also add another logic. So if it's not an array, or if toc dot how is it called? None, neither, because there is some, there is no none. I don't think there is something called like this. Do I confuse multiple methods? No, there is every. Yeah, I can use either one. So if every entry actually I have this stuff here. I can move it to the mod. Oh no, there is no model. Oh, that's why. Yeah. Where can I put this stuff? Can put it here maybe. So toc entry and export toc table. Type toc table equals toc entry or undefined. I think I can do it like this. And now every time I retrieve the toc, I can type hint the attribute as toc table, this. I think that works. Yep. And now I can also type in it here and here. Okay, talk.every. And here I can check entry, and entry dot id is different from the hash, but the hash without the hashtag at the beginning. So if every table of content entry for this post doesn't contain the current hashtag, then we don't bother, because it means either it's for a different post or it's not related to our extension. So then return early. And finally, only then, we will generate the special URL that keeps the hashtag. So let's see if it works. I know it's a bit complex maybe, but yeah. So okay, so we have the title. Let's scroll down. As soon as we switch post, it should go away. And it seems to work, and it will not come back when we come back up. That's perfectly fine. And if we click on another one, okay, now it's back. And oh, now it's gone. Perfect. Yeah, I think that's good enough. The only problem now is the flicker. I hate the flicker. Let's just yeah. Every time we scroll, it first removes the URL and then it adds it back. So I really don't want to duplicate all the code. I'm not sure how to do it. Because basically this, we don't want to do anything. Maybe we could do something where we override that method temporarily. I don't actually want to change the value here to include the hashtag, because if another extension does something like I do, then it will break everything, because it will no longer be a number, and it will also break the TypeScript casting, so that's no good. And I really don't want to duplicate this, so we need to prevent this from doing anything while still running the original code if possible. So I'm not really sure. I think the best option is just to mess with the global objects. I think I will do something, yeah, I will do that, but it changes the order of the stuff now, because now we can do this at the end. And we need to do it at the end. So it's a bit of a problem now. Or I guess I will just copy paste this. I mean, that's fine as well. But if I do it like this, now here I can start by doing this. In the end, I will do again return. No, I will not do that. Here I will do const return value, then return value, and here I will do disable replace state to prevent flicker. And how are we going to do that? Well, in the most monkey patching way possible. So global replace state equals history.replace state, then replace state equals no op. I can write a command just to say that I'm intentionally replacing the method with one that does nothing. And then once we are done, immediately we put back the original method so that every other call works. And it shouldn't mess up too much with other extensions because there is no time for anything else to run. Since it's supposed to be mostly synchronous, in JavaScript, normally it's single core, so a single instruction can be executed at the same time. And here, there is nothing that will pause the code in between. So it should, if it was calling replace state, it might pause the code, but since we have replaced state, it will do nothing until we put it back. So I think this should work, unless there is something in the browser that prevents overriding that method. Okay, so I don't see any flicker anymore. Okay, and the other stuff seems to be working. Okay, so I think that did it, and I think that's perfectly fine. And again, this very dodgy code here only runs if all those other conditions are true. So if you are not clicking on any links, it will not touch anything from Flarum, so there is very little risk of breaking anything until you use the extension, until you actually interact with the extension. So that's a very good way to implement it. That way, if there is a problem, it should also be more obvious, or hopefully it will be obvious that it happens when you start interacting with this extension. So yeah, that's the idea. So this is fixed, so the permalink now stays. Now we just need to scroll to the correct place. So this is what the resolver is for. Or more likely what the goTo number is for. So I'm not sure where I want to override it. Do we have access to the path here? Let's extend onMatch first. Do I need to override or? I can use extend, I think. So extend this madness. So this is imported, but this is not a component. This is a resolver, and it has a special namespace. So import discussion page resolver, extends resolver, extends onMatch property, and here we can take a look at the parameters. So we have again return value here. That I don't think we need it, but it's the first parameter. Then we have args, and then we have request path. And there is root, but we don't need to care about root. And since we are not calling the parent, we don't need to take all parameters. We just need request path. So for now, let's just log the request path to see if it contains the hash or not. Because if it contains the hash, then it's best to handle it there. Otherwise, we will retrieve it from the window, from the global window object. So it's not there, obviously. Now it's there. Okay, so the hash is part of the request path. So we can use it, we can find it there. Next, so we can extract it. How does it, how is it filtered out in the original code? Because the original code does not look for a hashtag, but it properly ignores it. So this code here, canonicalize discussion slug. Oh, it works because it takes everything before the dash. Oh, so actually it means that if I try to go, what? Discussion slug? What? Does it mean you cannot scroll to a post if you have no slug? No, it seems to work. But why does it split? What? args.id. Oh, it's extracting. How does that work? Because it takes the ID from the arguments, so it has already extracted the parts from the URL. So it gets 12 here. So here it finds 12, for example, for discussion 12. But then it passes to canonicalize, and oh no, okay, so if there is nothing it returned. Okay, no, I thought it was returning early if it had no dash, but no, it comes here, splits on the dash, there is no dash, returns first element. Okay, that works. So it's already properly ignoring the hashtag completely. Okay, so that's not a problem. Oh, we have 3 people watching. Welcome to the new viewers. We are making a table of content extension. And yeah, I'm trying to fix some bugs. Right now, we want the scroll to work because Flarum hijacks the scroll, so it doesn't actually go to where we really want. So yeah. So we should simply be able to extract the hash from the end of the URL. So we could just split on the hashtag and take everything after the hashtag, but that's not a very good way to do it. There is actually a better way to do it. It's to create a URL object. So if I do a const URL equals new URL, and here I can take my request path, and then in the URL I can read the hash attribute, just like I did with the window object, but this time I'm doing it directly here on a standalone URL. So what do I want to do now? If there is a hash, or more like if there is no hash, we can return early. And here there is nothing to return since we are just extending. So if we cannot return anything from an extend, we can return from override, but not from extend. So we just return early so that the code can do something else here. And now, so the hash exists. So now we can do the same. Try to find the post. No, we don't really need to do it. We can do it like the thing here. So save a copy of the value here for later. So because yeah, the reason we have to read from here and not from the window.location object is that this code actually runs before the URL updates. And that's why stuff is stored in temporary variables, because other extensions and other mithril components can still block the request. So actually so the onMatch, it runs when there is an intent to navigate somewhere. So that's why it does some logic, but it should not modify the state of the application yet, because we have not actually changed page. We just want to know what will happen when we change the page there. And then the render on the other side happens when the page has been selected. So that's why here in Flarum it stores the post number in a variable. And basically I want to do the same, except I want to rename it scroll to so how can I call this? So scroll to ensure, and here I can do url.hash.substring, and I can remove the hash from the beginning. So this is not a valid attribute, I just invented it, but I can do it like this. Ideally I should add some type hinting, but right now I will just do it like this, it will work fine. So I just create a copy of this. Here in Flarum, it checks if we were previously on a discussion page when navigating. Because there is one more thing. There is also the scroll on page load, which is yet another feature. The scroll, when you load the page for the first time, is something completely different. So I'm not actually sure. I think it's best if we add... I think it's best if we do it like this as well, because otherwise... Oh, the near can change. It stores one, otherwise. Okay. So if it is the same page, so we copy the logic. So if it is the same page, then we will do, we'll copy the URL, and then we will set this. And actually we will do it like this. So if there is a url.hash, then this will be this value, otherwise it will be null. Let's try like this. And then we can extend this part, but why? What happens here when we call for the same number that's already the current number? Does it just do nothing? I'm just curious what happens here when you click a link that goes to the same page but doesn't have a post provided. I guess it scrolls back to the top. That's what this logic does. Yeah, I guess that's what happens. Yep. Now here we need to prevent the original stuff from happening here, because we don't want either we scroll to a number or we scroll to an anchor, but we cannot do both. That will cause some problems. We need to merge the logic in our situation. So what we can do here is if there is the slug as we showed, then we will set this to null, because we don't want to scroll. If we set this to null, then Flarum will not try to scroll to the post number. And we can extend now the other method, so we can extend render. Yeah, this is a bit confusing with those resolvers, but that's going to work fine. vnode. What do we need? What do we need here? Not much, because the vnode is not required. I don't think we need any attribute. We can just do this, and now if this attribute, if this is different from null, we can do something similar to what Flarum does here. We can do a set timeout. We can call a function on the stream, and what then? We can just set this to null, like this. But now, just what do we do here? What do we call on the stream? Because we want not to go to a number, except we kind of need to go to a number, because if the post that we click an anchor for is not currently in the viewport, we still need to scroll to the number. So what we need to do is something similar to goToNumber, except we don't want to go to the top of the post. We still want to load the post if necessary, but then we want to go to the answer in the post. So let's take a look how it works in the goToNumber method and see what we can tweak to go to an answer instead, or more like a specific ID, instead of going to the top of the post. So there is special logic for the reply text, because I don't know if you have seen, but if you go to reply, if I go here to reply, you see it will go to the bottom. But it's a special case because when you click reply, it actually goes, virtually it goes to reply, and that's how it scrolls to the end here. But or maybe, does it stay? No, it doesn't stay in the URL, but it scrolls to the end if you type reply. But this we don't need to worry about, because you cannot have reply and hashtag. It doesn't make sense. So let's go then. So okay, so we have a load promise that will load the post at the given number. So that's interesting. Then what else? Do we need some scroll? So there is some logic. Okay, it says need scroll. And actually the scroll is handled. Okay, so the scroll is handled completely separately, I think. It just puts a flag, need scroll. Then there is a load promise. Does it happen inside of here? Yeah, I guess it's easier to just try to find what is using the need scroll. So which part of the code looks at the scroll here? So trigger scroll, need scroll, target post, scroll to number, scroll to index. Okay, where is this called from? On update. Okay, so this method happens. Yeah, okay, it happens in multiple places. Okay, so and we have target here, which can take number or index, and stream.target post. Where is it uploaded? So target post, post stream state, number, index, reply. goToNumber. Okay, so that was the part. Okay, so we could actually change that. Instead of saving the number, we could save the answer, and then we could change the logic in the trigger scroll to go to the answer instead of going to post. But we still want to load the correct post, so we actually still need access to the original number. So yeah, let's change things a bit. So here, when we scroll to answer, actually we don't want just the hash. We also want the post number. So let's just store them as an object. I guess that's fine. ID. Or maybe I can call this hash. And then the number. Yeah, we don't really know if the hash will be in the number, in the same post number. It should be, so, but we will keep them as two different concepts, because the number will be used to load the page, the virtual page in Flarum, and then the hash will be used to target inside of there. And if it happens to not be anywhere inside of the loaded range, then it will not work. But that's fine, because it should not happen. I guess at worst, maybe its target's supposed to be low, but it should be loaded with the same page, so that should be fine. Here we will retrieve the number, so the number will be the same thing as here. So we can do number like this. Like this. Okay. So now, inside of here, let's see, what do we do? So we cannot do directly scroll go to number because it will override this. But here we have a promise. Can the promise finish before the end? If I modify this right after the method ends, does the redraw happens before or after? Because if the load promise is synchronous, if it is already loaded, it will resolve too early. Load near number. Go to number. It doesn't really hurt to re-implement this. So let's just re-implement the whole thing. So, because I don't need this stuff. This, I don't care. So I just need this. I could extend, create a whole new method here, but why bother? Because it will not be very extendable anyway. So let's do this. So something like this. So what I can do, oh no, it will go inside of here. So inside of the set timeout, then const, need to keep this. Okay, const stream equals this. Like go to number. Okay. Oof, this is not the easiest stuff to deal with resolvers and stuff. And here I need to override a number of things, but it should work fine. So let's just call the same stuff. Let's rename the stuff. Instead of this, it's just stream. Like this. Then number here. So const. So I can do hash and number equals this, like this, and then I can set this to null. Oh no, that's why it was. That's why it was. There was a copy in the other code, so I can create. Okay, I create a copy of those two parameters. Okay, what did this? What am I doing? What? It lets me edit the source code in Flarum? What? Yeah, I'm not in the right place at all, but I don't know why PHP Storm is supposed to prevent me from editing this. What the hell? Where is my code? Okay, it's here. Okay. Okay, so if I do it like this, so it's just like the scroll to number, it will load the range if needed, it will say to Flarum that it needs to scroll, except the target post will be set as hash instead of post, instead of number. And animate scroll, or this one, what should I put? So by default, it's true. So let's just put true. All right. And this is still wrong. Okay. Think we have everything. So now we just need the target post. Now we looked before where it was handled. So we can actually extend. So what was the name again? Post stream. Trigger scroll. Okay, so this is. Now we need the post stream. So import. Where is it? Utils post No, where is it? Oh, it's in states, I guess. Post stream states. Okay. Extend. No. Oh no, it's a component. What? Why is it in that component? Well, I guess it must have some historical reasons, because I mean it could be anywhere. Except it does scroll inside of that component, so I guess that's why it's inside of the component. Okay, so extend this component, extend post stream, extend the trigger scroll feature, and here we don't need to worry about the existing code, because basically it will do nothing if it doesn't find something useful here. So we can just add a new check. So yeah, we can just re-implement everything, I guess. So if doesn't need scroll, return. Get the target from target post, set need scroll equals false. Oh, no, that's not good. Because since we are inside of extend, need scroll is already set back to false. So we have to override. So override this original. So if we don't have the needs call, then we return the original immediately. Original. I don't think there is any parameter. No, there are no parameters. Okay, so if what is going on? Invalid usage of this. Oh, now it's good. Okay. So if we don't need scroll, return original. Otherwise, first we copy the target, then we run the original, and finally, if I mean, we can run the original at the end, and original will take care of setting the value back to null. So if number in target, so here it's not number, if hash in target, then we want to do our own cuisine, as we would say. So instead of scrolling to number or to index, let's see how this works. So it takes an item and it scrolls there. So scroll to index. How does... What's the force attribute? Okay, I guess we just need this code basically. So here we can put this. And we can even actually do here, if we go back to the post stream trigger, where is it? Trigger. Can it be false? What? Ah. Post stream needs, where is it? Post stream state needs scroll. Oh no, it's just a boolean, and then the target. Oh, okay, the target is stored elsewhere. Okay. So we don't even need the original to do anything in this case. So we can just yeah, what we can do is check if we need scroll, then we do our little cuisine here, and then we can just set it to false, and then just run the original, but the original will not do anything since we already handled our case. The original will still handle all the other cases. But yeah, and here animate, so animate is true because we, is it just copying from there? Post stream. scroll. Yeah, I guess we can just, yeah, let's just pull from there, even though. Stream. This dot stream. Yeah, we can just do it like this, that's fine. Expected 4 arguments, but got 2. Scroll to, oh no, scroll to item is a method here. So what does it do? Scroll to item, oh, there is a lot of stuff. And there are no default parameters. Great, the code is still, not all the code in Flarum is updated to use TypeScript, so yep. So I will just put, so here, boolean. Oh, that's what force is. Okay, so we will put true and false. Okay, something like this, and we just need now to update this stuff. And actually, it's quite easy because we just need to put an ID selector. I will put it like this so I can use quotes. And the value will just be target.hash. Can we use this syntax here? Let's see. Is there a chance that it works on the first try? I doubt it, but from time to time it happens. Okay, yeah, not this time. Discussion page resolver is undefined. So discussion page, what? Discussion page resolver. Is this line? It's this line. Yeah, no, it's the same one here. It's the same text. Why on that line and not the line above? What? Or is it something to do with the destructuring that's not available? What? Let's try to not use destructuring. See if there is a difference. Nope, still a problem. Scroll to anchor is undefined. Yes, so so that's maybe why it's so that's why here it says different from null. The test is successful because undefined is different from null, but that's not really what we want here. Why can't we use that? I guess we can store the state anywhere else, but let's just use a global variable here. We don't really need other extension to be able to extend it. So const resolver, let's call this resolver scroll to anchor, and then we can have this be hash string number what? Number equals, oh, it's like this. because yeah, it just needs to be something global. So let's just, and it will also fix type hints. Just like this, this hash number, this, and here this. But will this one work? I hope so. Hash, what is it here? And any parse int just do it like this. No, it's not happy. Attempt to assign constant. Yeah, let's use let. And now will the page load? Oh, the page has loaded. Let's see what happens if I click here. Okay, so at least something different is happening. That's the step. However, there is no error. It just went to the home page. So how much did I change in between the parts here? So let's add some console.log just to see what happens. Something like this. Trigger scroll. Let's see what happens when I click. Nothing. Nothing gets logged. Interesting. Nope. Nothing is logged. Why? So let's just comment everything out and see if there is a difference. Go from there. So click this link. Okay, so it's definitely my code. So let's put back let's put back the first part. See what happens here. Okay, what? Huh. Oh, does it not trigger as a page change, maybe? But before it was not doing that, so clearly something in there. Still not happy. What? What hash int? What? Oh, wait. Okay. Oh, this happens all the time instead of only when there is a hash. Okay, so I need to change this a bit. If url.hash, then we store this and we set this one to null. Otherwise, we just set mine to null so that it doesn't interfere with the next time it runs. So if I do it like this, refresh. So now if I click here, no, still the same thing. What's going on? Or does it happen too late? No, it happened on match. Maybe I need to use override to have this code run before anything else. But I still want it to run after this so that I can have access to the scroll post number. How does it work? Big mystery. I hope it's not too boring, but I need to fix this before I can move on to other things. So, unfortunately, it's often like that. Yeah. Not sure why it breaks a router though. I guess I need to go line by line. Why? I mean, it means my code must be doing something because what? What? What's going on? As soon as I have just... Is it just the extend call itself? No. Now it's gone again. What? It's this code that breaks stuff? What the hell? I mean, I could do it differently because every time this condition is true, this is set to a value that's not null anytime this is true. So I could instead just look when does it detect a refresh of the same page by checking if this is different from null. And then if there is a hash, now I can do the opposite here. I can return early. So return and set it back to null in this case. So if, oh, here I can do if this return early. Let's just try this. I don't know, is it because I'm calling a method another time and somehow it breaks everything? What? It worked the first time? No? Broken again? What? How is it possible? Or does it have something to do with something else? No, here, no, I'm not triggering the problem now. Is it just not possible to extend this thing properly? Okay, no, now there is no problem. Okay, let's add back. Let's add back some code until it comes back, I guess. What is going on? No, what? Is it modifying the path? What? Why? There's no reason for this to create any kind of problem. What the hell is going on? So if I create a copy of the string, is it going to solve the problem? Nope. What? Ah, interesting. Why? So if I completely remove this and I use the other way to do it, so if I do const parts equals request path dot split, and then I can log the parts here and here. If parts dot length equals 1, we return early, otherwise it means we have a hash, and we can try to scroll to the hash. What's going to happen now? Why couldn't I? Why can't I use? Why can't I use the URL class? That's the whole point. The URL class is supposed to help you manipulate a URL without manipulating the actual URL. Why does it create a problem? Well, I guess we will never know. I need to move forward, so fine if it was like or is it because it fails and it doesn't log the error? Ah, maybe that's a problem. Ah, let's try that. Literally try that. Try. Maybe this could explain why everything behaves bizarrely, but there is a massive problem in Flarum. There are some errors that never show up because it happens inside of methods which are inside of other methods, and somehow they get silenced. Could it be because the URL doesn't have a domain? What did I want to do? Yeah, just click. That's it. This was a problem. Ah, damn it, Flarum. We need to fix those error handling problems. It's not the first time I get into trouble for this, but it's the first time I really never consider this being an error with that's just never outputted to the console. Okay, so it says URL blah 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 is not a valid URL. So let's just check. There must be a way. So JavaScript parse relative URL. I think there's a way. I need to pass a second parameter, don't I? New URL. Okay, so if it doesn't really matter what I put, so let's just do it like this. URL relative to this. Damn it. Why doesn't it work? Location is not assignable. What? Isn't it interchangeable? Can we use a string? Okay, fine. Let's go with that. Okay, so now if url.hash. Okay, we are slowly getting to the end of this stuff. Okay, let's try it again. Oh, okay, so now we see something here. Okay, so that seems to work. So let's put everything back in the code and see if we can actually scroll to where we want. Suspense. Okay, not so bad, but it's not animating. Maybe because the browser is actually handling it now? Huh. What's going on here? I think we are stuck in a loop somewhere. We are stuck in a loop. Why? Why do we have a return here? No, that's not. Scroll to item. So, I mean, I just have to show you at this point, but where is it? Ah, no, I need to open it. I mean, I could show you the whole, but yeah. On my other window, like, yeah, really, YouTube, we had -1 viewers at some point? Really? I mean, what to even say? I mean, is it the April Fools from Google? Maybe. I don't know. Yeah. Great joke. Oh yeah, so we are trying to see, is there a loop somewhere? Yeah, nothing triggered here. Nothing is logged. Okay, so here we have everything triggered a single time. Position changed. Okay, if we try to go back here. Scroll, okay, it removed it. Okay. Okay, one big problem. Okay, so I'm not seeing the thing like before. I don't see any loop. Seems to have gone back to normal. So we still have some problems. It doesn't scroll like a post. Let's just check what happens if we go from the console, because this will force the handling to be done by the router. So let's just see what happens if I do this. Okay, but I'm already at the top. Yep, that's not working. Oh, but I disabled it, didn't I? No? No, nothing is commented out. Okay. Trigger scroll. So what is going on? I mean, I will get to the end at some point, but okay, so trigger scroll. So it didn't find the object. Okay, so oh, I didn't change this. Okay, post stream body ID, and it can be any title. I will not. I don't need to do anything more specific, I think. Here we could again check that it exists in the table of content array, but I mean, we don't really need to. It does have that problem that I mentioned previously, like this code handles a bit too much, because if another extension wanted to handle its own hashtags with another prefix, unfortunately this code will try to handle all prefixes. So that's not ideal, but good enough for the first version. Okay, so new try. Nope, still not finding the object. So let's just try to, I mean, I think it was not the correct selector. Let's just try, but let's just try in the console. So let's try to select this. And here we will try to get this. Okay, now it works. Okay, so new try. Okay, so that seems to work. Now let's try to go to subtitle. Okay, and this time it aligns correctly, so that's a problem. So Flarum is able to scroll just right to the place. The problem now is that the browser is interfering. Browser is not letting Flarum or Mitril in. I mean, it's a bit of all. Mitril handles the URL detection, then Flarum has the logic that handles the post stream, but then it's all left to jQuery to apply the scroll. But all of that doesn't work, and I guess it doesn't even trigger correctly, because the URL, yeah, the browser handles the change here. So I guess a little search will be useful here. So JavaScript prevent browser handling hash change. Oh, there is a hash change event. Yeah, because of course I could just prevent default on the links and then let Flarum handle it. But actually I'm curious because, I mean, the links already have prevent default on them, kind of. Because when you click on a link, it already handles the link inside of the single page app. So if I go to the link in link.js, so this is the link in Flarum. So here we don't have anything special, we just use the mithril root.link. What's going on here? So mithril router. So because we have the link m.root, no, m.root.link, but is there anything here about hashtags? Because mithril handles hashtags in one of the routing strategies, so there must be some logic in there that maybe it's not a JavaScript thing, maybe it's mithril prevent jumping to hash. What the hell? Is there a blockchain called mithril? How does that work? Yeah, nothing applies to what I need here. Maybe this might be useful. But I'm starting to lose hope in Stack Overflow these days. Just find endless people asking for very trivial things when I'm looking for very serious problems. So yeah, again, that I don't really care. I probably need something mithril specific here, but problem is I don't know what it is. So what is the current mithril version here? So let's see. So it's not listed here. It will be in the log file. So mithril. So which version are we? 2.0. Let's go explore. So mithril. GitHub. Where is it? Okay. GitHub of mithril. What's the current mithril version? 2. Oh, okay. So oh no, we are we forced in 2.0? 2.07. Let's just go to 2.07 and just... Where is 2.0.7? What? Oh, it's the types. Okay, no. Let's go find the real Mitchell. Oh, it's not even there. It's just the types. So to find the real version, I need to go where? Framework. No, there is a global log file here. So let's just find what is the Mitchell version. Mitchell query. I don't even know what that is. Mitchell 2.0.4. Okay. Let's go take a look at Mitchell 2.0.4. Okay. So, where is it? Link. Where is it going to be? Root. Okay, great. API router. Okay. API router is the link here. Okay, root.link. What happens when we click? Okay, so this is view disabled. On click. Okay, on click. Blah 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 blah. Adapted from React routers implementation. Okay, interesting. So yeah, this is the logic for the button clicks, all right. So then it just calls root.set. And that's it then? Is it all there is? So it doesn't prevent the default. Huh. So should I override the onClick function to prevent the default? Don't really know how to handle that. Because we don't have access to the event afterwards. Oh no, but there is prevent default. Okay, so there is prevent default. Yeah, so what now? Because then it calls root.set, which is exactly what I did in my tests, which works. So, Or is it because it's the exact same URL? Maybe because the path, because if I scroll enough, yeah, if I click this, oh, we have another mess coming. So, okay, but here, no, we still have two. I think the browser tries to handle it first, and then Flarum kicks in. But maybe here, the URL doesn't actually change. So there must be some logic that not triggers exactly a page change? What? How the hell does that work? Because href, on click, href. You can still have an on-click, interesting. What am I going to do? I really don't know. Don't really know how I can improve this. because, okay, there is one thing I can try. It's what happens with the other links, because of course, clicking the link next to the title is not the main feature. The main feature will be to click from here. So it's actually different here. No, now it went again to the top of the page instead of, huh, what the hell is going on? Okay, so if I go to the same one, now it uses the browser navigation, but if I go to a new one, no, it first goes there and then the browser kicks in, because there is a change. Because if I click the same one again, there is no change. So from Mitchell's perspective, the page, there was no request to change the page because I clicked on what was already there. So that's part of the problem. How can I force a scroll there? I need to change the link component. Oh, this is not the end of this problem. I thought it was going to be a bit easier, but yep. So should I just do something completely separate to handle the click on links? Because my current logic works fine for page changes based on extensions. I mean, I guess I will have to do something like that. So let's try. So if I extend, so let's retrieve the link component from Flarum. It's in common. Let's put it at the top since it's common. Then extend link dot prototype. Then what do we have here inside the link? So attributes from attrs. So there is no onClick handler here. So is it better to put one directly on the Mitchell component? Attrs.onClick. No, I guess, yeah, it might conflict with other stuff here. So link, init attributes, function, attributes, const, onClick equals attributes. So we extract if there is already an onClick. Let's just say it's any. Then I can do attributes dot. Oh, can I? No, I need to modify it by reference, I think. So attributes dot onClick equals a new function, event, mouse event, the method, and then I can call onClick event if there was an onClick. So if there was an onClick, we call it just so that it works with other extensions. And then here what we can do is get the href. So const parse equals, oh, I can again parse like this. So let's just copy this. URL equals oh, but it should have access to the href attribute. Yeah, let's use that. So attributes dot href like this. So parse the href. Then if there is a hash, now we return early. And what we are going to do is event dot prevent default. But is it going to actually modify the real? Which event is that? Because here I get an E. Okay, I get access to the real event, and then here if it is prevented, then Mithril will not do anything. Okay. Ah. I wonder what this line is about, because I will turn on my light here. So yeah, because what is target? Because what is the order of the condition here? So if there is no target specified, or if the target is self, then we will actually do this. So okay, so it's only for no, so it shouldn't be. I don't think it applies to my case, because target would be self by default, even for hashtags. So yeah. What's the thing here? Handle event. But why would it not work? Let's just copy this, but yeah, I'm confused because I'm overriding this just to do the same, so not really sure where I'm going with this. Not app m.root.set and options. So what is option? Or maybe it's something to do with Flarum, because options. What are the options here? Options, state, key. No, because it's only if provided. Oh, could we use this maybe? The force. Use the force. Because if there is interesting. I want to try that actually, because if I find the correct window. Because yeah, Mithril has a way to force a change that maybe will trigger something else in Mithril. So what I can do here is, if this index of the hashtag is different from -1, then we will do attributes.force equals true and see if it leads anywhere. Because now it will automatically make all links to a hashtag. Oh yeah, we need to do validate target. but if it is using the link, the host should be ourselves. So I think that's fine. But just as a hint for later, if I manage to find back my Firefox window, okay, here it is. Refresh. What's going to happen now? Oh no, there is an error. State is undefined. What? Options. What? Extract force from the attributes. Attributes. Oh, what? Why is it not using the attribute system of Flarum? Damn it. So I'm using the init attributes feature, but the init attribute feature only modifies attributes that are saved to this.attributes. Except this particular component of Flarum is completely ignoring that feature, so that's not going to work. So I guess I will just go the more obvious way. So here we have vdom. So I will directly modify the vdom, and we have vnode, which is the parameters. So then if vnode.attributes.href this, or maybe I can override. Oh, I can override it. Original. I can do it like this. If vnode. Why is that? Oh, okay, prototype. Extend view. Read the original href. If there is a hash, then we modify the vnode attributes to contain force. And then we return the original content. And I think that's fine to modify by reference. Refresh page. See if we are going anywhere with this, and soon I will have to stop the stream because it's getting late, but okay. So seems like we are getting somewhere. Okay, so now it scrolls at least. There is still the jump. There is still the initial jump. And if we click again, no, that didn't solve the problem of clicking a link that was already changed. So, okay, but we are getting closer. How does it work though? Because Mithril is intercepting everything. If I change, so if I do it like this here, so this I can disable for now. Oh, I can put all of this here. Okay, so let's just try this. So if I modify the onClick and I read the href, oh yeah, I don't need to check it anymore. So here, yeah, all of this can be removed. Oh yeah, and if we had an original onClick, can keep it here. Okay, let's do it like this. Original onClick, and if onClick, all right. Attributes.href, and options, there will be no options. Perfect. Okay, let's try it like this. So just put a log so we know it actually works. It's not actually triggering. Attributes. Is it working? Nope. Oh, but this is not using the link component. This is using the link component, but not this. How does it actually work? It doesn't have an event here, so that's why it's completely outside of Mitchell, so that's not even a good example. That was not a good place to start. Okay, so, but this one is a Mitchell, is powered by Mitchell. So here, yeah, okay, so that's why it jumps, because here it's not a Mitchell link, so it starts by, it starts by giving the order to the browser to change the hash, and then the resolver reacts to the change and scrolls to the right place, which is how the logic, is supposed to, the resolver is supposed to work like that. But in fact, I don't think it's that much use, because when you click a mention, I don't think it directly changes the URL. I think it calls the method as well. So yeah, I'm losing my time. Yeah, of course it's not Mitchell here, so that's, I need to do something special there. But if I click here, it still starts by going to the place, but my new code is not working. Am I correctly using the link component? Oh no, I'm not using the link component. Of course, it's not going to work. Yeah, well. So let's fix this mess by using the proper components first. It will definitely help. Okay, let's use the link. Let's see if my code now has any interesting effect. Oh, well, suddenly it works. Well, of course. And if I remove all my custom code now, I guess it wasn't needed after all. Okay, so, well, I lost a lot of time for not much. But we still need to handle the links inside of the post. And actually, yeah, there is nothing, because similarly, there is an extension actually. Is it called something like internal links? Yeah, I think this extension. I think if you have that extension installed, it might work out of the box, because Flarum by default does not modify the links in the post. They are just HTML links, not Mitchell links. Not even sure what this extension does. I guess there is just a big event handler on the post. What? Um, well, okay, I'm not sure why. Not sure why it's implemented like that. I don't need anything that complicated, but we will do something in that spirit. So let's do extend command post prototype on create function. Is it what it extends here? Oh, it just adds the global event handler. Ah, yeah. Where do I want to put my event handler? I can put it on the global scope. I guess it's best if I put it on the global scope. Why? I guess this check is to check if we were inside of a Mitchell component, because then if you click a link inside of the link component, e.reachRow will be set to true. So then you can actually look at that. I guess that's, yeah, let's, I mean, I copy the whole thing, but I don't need the whole thing. I will just, how does that work? I didn't even know this was. Path name? I mean, I don't want this. Now, what I'm going to do is the same as before. I'm going to parse the link. Where is the code? Here. So when you click on a link, I'm going to do something similar here. So there is a click event. Then if event.reachRow, so don't handle link link clicks. Then I'm going to do get, so I think this makes sense. So get the link const link equals this. Target get, I mean, target cannot be null in this case, and then let's do it like this. Event target as HTML element, get the closest link. Okay, if there is no link, we return, and then we will take the link .href, compare this with the window.origin. But I think we really need location here, but I'm not sure why. Not sure why it's not accepted here. Okay, let's just leave origin. Maybe it will not work with subfolders, but yeah, I don't really care at this point. If there is a hash, then we go there. Except here, of course, we need the current. Yeah, we need the complete URL, in fact, here. So URL dot path. I think that might be why it was done similarly in the other extension, but yeah. Okay, so handle clicks to regular HTML HTML and shorts. Okay. Oh yeah, wait, we can check that it works first. But yeah, the problem with that logic is that it might handle links that go outside of Flarum. So that's why we need an additional check somewhere. Okay, so it doesn't what? Okay, nothing happens anymore. So I guess the hash is not present here. So what I want to check here is if url.origin I mean, I can just check host. I mean, host should be enough. If host equals window.origin.host and there is a hash. Oh no, origin is a string. Oh yeah, that's why it works. So let's just do. No, but it should not be a link relative to the forum homepage. It needs to be a link relative to the current path. Or maybe I just need to do window.location.href. Maybe that's it. Okay, and then here if I do a check, so okay, I can compare. Okay, I can do it like this, and then okay, I think I can do it like this. Okay. We resolve the URL that we found. We create a relative, we evaluate a relative link since if you have just the hashtag and the ID, it will be a relative link. Relative to what? To the current page. So that's why I pass the second parameter, current page location. So it builds a complete link to the current page. And then we check if the origin of that final link is the same as the current page. So of course, if it was just a hashtag, it will always match. But if you paste a complete link to a hashtag, it will also work because it will check is it the same origin as Flarum, and if so, it will route inside of the single page app. There is still one problem with this approach that I think I should put in a comment, just it will not work in a subfolder. Like if you have a non-Flarum website in a subfolder, it will try to handle links outside of that subfolder as well, which might break other features. But to do, I will put as a to do, but I guess it will never be done. But yeah, to do check if the link is inside Flarum subfolder. I will put it like this. Okay, new try. Let's see what happens. So I think there might still be a problem, but I wanted to log something. Okay, the path name does not contain the hashtag, but can we pass the full URL or not? Because if we can pass the full URL, let's just go for it. Yeah, we can pass the full URL. Okay, so let's just send url.href. Good enough. Yay, it's finally working. It was way too much effort, but yeah. Something we could do is keep the hashtag What? Oh, there is still a border on... there is still a border on active. We can keep the hashtag here visible next to the link when it's targeted, maybe. So that way, as long as you like you know that what is in the URL is this. No, what? It's back. It's back. What is going on here? Oh, there is a border as well before. What's going on? Okay, so now I don't see any border. Let's click the link again. Okay, I think it's gone this time. Okay, so what we can do is do it what is the selector again when is it active? How is it called? It's been a while since I used it. Focus? How is it called? I don't remember. Is it target? Is it in one of those pages we pulled up? I saw some people trying to build menus out of JavaScript. Okay, let's just look for it. So CSS active hash. Or is it just active? No. What is the selector? I know there is one. Which one is it? Nah, that's not the solution. Is it active? Target. Oh, okay, so it is target. I mean, I could have tried, but okay, so my code must be correct then. If I click here, lol, no. It's not working. So the target will be on the title tag because the title tag has the ID. Okay. But target. Okay, so now it's visible. Okay, but is it only working if we let the browser handle the target? Oh, now it's visible? What? What is going on? It's not... I guess I will just forget about it because if it doesn't work, let's drop that idea. I guess we need to update the URL manually for this to work. Otherwise, I will need some JavaScript. Okay, so I see we have someone back online. Yay. Yeah, I'm reaching the end. It's been a while. Almost 4 hours of stream. So we have a lot working. I still have not made the talk BB code. But I think we have most of the core ideas. Oh yeah, there is still a problem if you want to scroll to a post that's not currently at the... No? Or is it just not working at all when you just want to scroll? Huh. So it works for the first post. But here, what happens? It scrolls to the top. But it finds... Okay, so it finds the correct place. But it still goes to the wrong place. Nice. Trigger, scroll here. Scroll to item. Oh, but I think I'm breaking other stuff here. This needs to go there. Because here, if I click, so this still works. This still works. No, but this goes back to the top. So, what? Why is it not going to the right place? Scroll to item. What more magic do we have in this function? So compute height. No, so this is all about the reply here. Item dot length. Oh, does it calculate the height of the post? Scroll top. Does it only scroll to the whole post div, or can we scroll? Because it works in the first. But here it doesn't go to the right place. Animate, scroll top. Oh, there is a check. Oh, maybe that's the problem. Check for whether the target is the first child. Oh, okay, so that's the problem. So, and that's also why it doesn't scroll here. Here, when you click here, it's supposed to go there, but it doesn't. So that's because this is the first child of the element, and the code has been designed with the timeline in mind. So basically, when you scroll to the first post, it's supposed to scroll to the very top, like it does here. When you click this, it goes to the very top, not here. Except we don't want to do that when we are scrolling to titles, because then we want to go, we don't want any special handling for the first one, particularly not when it's another post. So this is the problem. How can I fix this? Without overriding the whole method, of course. I mean, we could always add a child at the beginning. I mean, it might sound stupid, but might be the easiest solution. Let's just add an empty div at the beginning of every post. Post body. How could I modify this? Or maybe I just re-implement the whole thing, because here there is also something with index. What? Oh, there is more. There is more below. Oh no, so I cannot override all of that. This will not be a good idea. So item. I need to generate this. So can I have data on an item but also have a length of 0? Now that's an interesting thought. So can I do that? I'm going to mess with jQuery so much in this. There is not a lot of jQuery, but everything jQuery related is just a big hack here. So here we find a post based on the number. So this is kind of what we do. So let's go back here. So let's create a copy. So let's create item equals this. Is it going to be the correct target? No, not if you scroll to a different post. I guess I will just do the two things separately right now. And okay, so if I do title, and then here we will do length equals 0. And then we will manually do the animation here. So let's copy this. Okay, so now here we will have title. So here item is title. But we can make a lot of assumptions. So we know that force is true. So we can remove this. We know that we are going to animate. So we can remove this. We know we are not going to use reply, so we can remove this. This is the whole point we are changing this, so we can remove this. So it means I can drop the top variable completely. Title.length, this stays. This doesn't need to stay. Then here we also have title. Yep. Object is possibly undefined. What is possibly undefined? This? Okay. This. Okay, but we don't even need some of them, so we can just drop those as well. Okay, something like this, and container is only needed here, so we can move it like this. So stream for post. Okay, and then here we have hash, and we no longer have the post number, of course. So maybe what I can do then here is actually do const items equals title.parents, and this will actually work. This will actually work with other post numbers, even if the link was not correct initially. Okay, so let's do something like this. Oh, and this I can put it here. Okay. Where is that condition going? If title dot length. Okay, no, that's correct. Flarum update the scrubber and other info based on the post. And scrub, what did I do? Scrubber, and here bypass scroll code in. Okay, let's see if this has a chance of working. So, yep, bad start. Okay, but it's finding. So it should still scroll to the title, at least. Animate, scroll top. Oh, what's that? Get margin. Oh yeah, we are still, yeah, we are on the same method, so we can call that scroll top, item top. Yeah, I'm trying just to finish the last bugs here, and I'm starting to get really lost, so I really need to stop soon. I'm not really sure what's going on now. So item. So one thing was to try to keep access to this value, so I just don't know if that works, but I'm really not sure what's going on there. Why wouldn't this part do anything? Container, animate, scroll top. Yeah, nothing happens. Oh, no, it. Oh, okay, so it jumps to the top. Okay, so that's. At least that's a thing. Trigger scroll. Item. One. Okay, so I can still access index from the object while setting length to 0. So this should work to prevent this code from running, but I guess something's not quite right because there is no animation at all. Yeah, oh, we are starting to get new people watching. Yeah, it's really getting to the end. I'm getting tired. I have a hard time finishing this. We are just troubleshooting bugs with this scroll feature here with a table of content. So when we click a hashtag, it scrolls to a title, okay, and here, okay, now it works here. Problem is it doesn't update the timeline now. In fact, it's completely broken. Oops, I broke something. Oh, now it updates again. click this. Yeah, now I broke this. Great. How did I break that? Because the logic position changed. Is it this code that breaks? Because if I just remove this, yeah, I broke the scrubber now. Great. Oh no, it was already broken by something else. So I guess, is it maybe something to do with go to number? Why would it stop that? Position changed. I guess it has something to do with the position. Okay, now it's not triggering anymore. What? Okay, is that another error? I'm just going to rage quit with all those errors that don't trigger anything. How can I know if there is any error? Because yeah, that's one of the likely possibilities. Something broke. Okay, now it's working again. Okay. No, now it's broken again. And now it's working again. So, no, maybe not an error. Maybe not an error, but something is blocking. But when we click this, it calls go to reply. I think, does it? So something really updates, but then here it calls render and we are stuck again. But if I touch, yeah, if I move it, then it works again. What's that? Oh my god. What part? Yeah, I guess I will have to stop and yep, I'm not really sure what to do next. So let's just see, is anything worse with this or not? It goes back to the top now that I enable this again. Item. So here it's supposed to just read if item.length. And then not do anything. Or is there another thing that scrolls somewhere here? Oh, the same method also calculates the position. Oh, okay. So, scroll to item, update scrubber. Maybe there is an error in there when I change something that it doesn't like, and then it stops working for a while. Yeah, I will really have to put more time on this. 0, 0. So oh, there is that pause thing that I copied somewhere. Stream.pause. What put it back? Load promise? Post stream state, where is it? So go to number, no, needs paused, and I guess it's unpaused in here somewhere. Or maybe that's where something is missing, because here, then reach row. Not actually really sure how that code works. I wonder when it's actually called, because yeah, maybe I'm putting too much trust on the example, and maybe it's not actually called in many places, so we don't notice when it goes wrong. Yep, so I will have to stop here. Not sure when I will manage to finish this. Yep. So not sure if you will see this today, but I will see what I can publish on the forum. So yeah, I still don't have much time. Let me switch here. Camera, yeah. So yeah, I had some time today to do this special stream, but still don't have much time coming in the next month, so the streams will still stay very occasional. Yeah, but still, if you have any suggestions, you can leave them in the comments or on the forum. And I'm happy to take a look if there is anything I could address in a video. But yeah, as you see, those kind of videos, they take the least time for me to produce because I do them live, but of course they are very long to watch. So I'm very sure that it's not a very good way. If you are trying to learn Flarum, of course, you are not going to be able to watch all those streams. It's way too long. So I still hope to be able to make some tutorials someday again, but tutorials take like 10 to 20 times the amount of time to prepare than they give. So they actually take me more time to produce. So that's why I'm not doing them right now. So yeah, if you have any suggestions, you can leave them. And I will try to give some heads up a week in advance the next time I know that I can stream. So yeah, thanks for watching, and I will see you soon on the Flarum community. Bye.